welcome to the stream. This is day 2 of the writing stream, and I'm really excited to get going today. I have a lot I gotta do. Still continuing on from yesterday on making sure that backstory is properly filled out. A lot of it is also world building based. Focusing a little bit more on character today. I want to double check some of the stuff I did yesterday as well real quick. But yeah, we're going to be continuing on with the stuff we did yesterday. Jennifer is in. Hello, Jennifer. Got a little late start this morning, so yeah, I'm kind of like eating a little bit too. These are like granola bite thingies and drinking tea. My throat isn't feeling great. Really hope I'm not sick. I don't need that right now. I don't need that ever. So, but yeah, it's early in the morning. It's 8 a.m. here. So is it 9 a.m. for you, Jennifer? I think it's 9 for you, right? Oh my goodness. What kind of stuff are you going to be working on? Are you going to continue on from yesterday's project, Jennifer, or are you going to jump projects? Yep, 9 a.m. for me. Yep. It's not too bad. I'm usually awake around 7 o'clock anyway, but it's like the difference between me being generally awake versus me being ready to edit are a little different. But because a lot of my viewers are in the US, I try to start this stuff pretty early. Doing from yesterday, yeah. Yep, same. All right. So yesterday I got, I don't even know exactly where I left off. I've got the file up. About, 2,500 words roughly. It's like 2,430 something, but it's an okay amount. Like, considering how long it took me to write, I'm not super happy with that, but also I'm trying to very intentionally write. So I'm not just writing completely free. So that would make sense. We have another Jennifer. I was like, wait, 2 Jennifers. Wow, what are the chances? It's 8 a.m. for you. It's 7 p.m. here. Are you in the UK? And hello, by the way. Hello, Jennifer. So my name is Corey, and I am living outside of Tokyo, Japan. So, yes. Spider-Man putting me up. That's so weird because, like, out of all of the names, that's so crazy. Wow. I hope that's just, like, a good luck sign. It might be a weird luck sign, though. That's usually the kind of luck I have. Not bad luck, not good luck, just weird, just bizarre. Like, nothing bad is happening, but also nothing good is happening necessarily. It's just like, why did it happen? And there are no answers. That's my life most of the time. So Jennifer Brown, what kind of stuff will you be working on in this stream? I'm currently working on draft 3 of my science fiction novel, Project Clockwork. Jennifer's role. You know what's really funny is I named the stepmother in my current novel Jennifer. That's her name. And at first I put Jennifer in as a placeholder because I didn't have a name. Like, I couldn't figure out. I am really bad with names with my characters. I will put placeholders, which is horrible because what ends up happening every single time is the placeholder becomes the name. So interestingly enough, I do think it actually fits the character. And I came to really like this character. Originally, she was supposed to be very much a side character, was not supposed to be main cast. But Jennifer very quickly became main cast. And Jennifer is actually really vital to the plot and the main character being able to actually achieve what they need to achieve. So Jennifer's do actually rule. Sometimes literally, because Jennifer has an alternate variation in the Wonderland-esque world in which she is the Red Queen. So, also literally. I'm working on a thriller suspense novel entitled Surviving the Broken Glass. Ooh. Thriller suspense. Wow. That's awesome. Jennifer, I'm bad at names too. I usually go with my first idea. Yeah, I tend to go with either instinct, but if I honestly can't think of anything, I'll just grab a placeholder. I try to be more aware of my placeholders now because they end up the real name after a while if I'm not really careful. Unless I use a placeholder that's like Bob. I still don't have any characters named Bob yet in any of my worlds. One day I think I will, though. Bob's coming out of fashion, but you never know. We could swing around and get more Bobs in the world. Who knows? We could have a Bob in space. That's fine. I will never completely understand the difference between the live button. Like, I have, you guys can't see this, but I have a timer that shows me how long I've been live, and it never matches out with the clock. It adds minutes. I know I have not been live that long, but so I think we are going to do a sprint. The first one yesterday we did a 15-minuter at first, but I think I'm chill just jumping right into 20 minutes right away. I don't think I necessarily need the warm up this time. What do you guys, how are you guys feeling? Do you want a warm up sprint, which is shorter, about 15 minutes, or do you want to just jump right on in to the longer sprints, the 20 minutes? And by the way, so far, I have fixed the issues we had yesterday with stream. So hopefully it'll be fine. We're hoping. We're hoping everything's fine. It should be okay, though. Jump right in. Yeah. I figured it's probably fine because it's only a difference of 5 minutes, but I feel like it's easier to get into flow. After about, we'll see how we feel after the first 20 minutes. After that, we might just jump to 30. Who needs a warm up? Let's do it. Yeah, exactly. Awesome. So, okay. So we are going to do that. Let's see. So if I'm starting at 10 plus 20, it would be at the 30 mark is when we are going to return. So we can just go ahead and start now since we're all ready. So it'll be a little bit over 20 minutes. So at the 30-minute mark, we will return. Okay. Okay, guys, welcome back. I hope that was productive. I only fiddled around with a few things, but I'm getting back in, and I'm also seeing, I'm glad I went back a little bit and read what I had just did, because I see a place, an opportunity to input a little bit more character information. I need another call to come in on personal comm. So I'm actually going to make a note of that before I forget, because Jennifer needs to be introduced. Let me make that note before I. There we go. So I don't forget. I have a horrible memory. Oh, Margaret's here. Hello, Margaret. Katya, only 20 minutes in this time. Better luck with, yeah, far better. I was able to connect to all the things I needed to. So far things are running a lot smoother. I'm fiddling around with my table, couch setup, not a lot of space. So, hey, what you see, I don't know if you guys can tell. This is my desk, like the size of me, like right about here, a little bit more than the size of me, honestly. Two of me sitting next to each other. That's my entire desk. So I feel you. Small spaces. There's something special, that's for sure. Now, Haley stopping by to say hello. Still on the road, so might not be able to make it tonight. Maybe the last hour, but wishing you all the best with all the ranks. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's we've got 5 hours, but it's pretty late for you, I think. Jennifer, breakfast done. I can write during the next sprint. Yes. Awesome. I got distracted by a friend coming by to see me and bringing his really adorable puppy. Aw. Next sprint will be fine. I think we're going to do a longer one next time too, so that'll help. Lou is here. Hello. I wrote quite a bit earlier today at a coffee shop, so I let this sprint be a listen to music and so on. Yeah, man. After the stream yesterday, I was only really able to zone. I tried to get a little bit of work done with like dishes and cleaning, but I kept zoning out. It's rough. The mental gymnastics, they rough. Yeah, so I'm kind of working on introducing characters and finding the best way to do so while also giving context for the world. So I'm trying to focus more on the explanation of the text slowly over time as it's introduced. So the world building stuff, I'm starting to get a little bit more of a handle on. The characters, I still feel like there's not as much interaction as I would like. So I think I might see if I can get one or two characters to find Alex again before they leave the training facility and see if I can get some more interaction with them. But we will see if I'm able to pull that off. I think what we will do is the next one is going to be a 30-minuter. So let's see, it's 35. That's going to be at 05. We would be coming back. So I need to create that. So I think this is what we're going to do next. So we are going to go ahead and start another sprint. I actually should be able to get a timer up, so I might do that. We will see. So let's go ahead and start the next one. 30 minutes and go. Okay, guys, we have returned. I hope that sprint, you guys were able to get some stuff done. I definitely did. I'm trying to figure out like the best way to time some of this stuff. But I think I am going to have some of the other trainees come back and bump into Alex somehow, or at least I wanted to. They were in the other room though during assembly, so I don't know if I can do that. I think they can rush up and try to find Alex at the. I'm trying to figure out how to logically do that. I might not be able to, honestly. It might not be possible for them to run into. Well, maybe. If I have Jennifer contact and that distract Alex long enough, it would make sense. Just trying to figure out how logically do some of this stuff. I'm trying to like timeline it and outline it while doing it. Okay, let's see. RA sneaking in to say hi while I clean the desk a little. Nice. Jennifer spent that whole sprint brainstorming a problem, but I think I figured it out now. Yes, awesome. I feel you. Like I'm trying to brainstorm how to do a lot of this stuff myself. I just how to get the people where they need to be. And logic errors at the bottom right. Yep. I think I need to time it so Alex is distracted by a telephone conversation because their personal comm is going to have a bunch of missed messages. So them being distracted by that, like, because right now Alex doesn't understand how far away the bay they need to be at is. So they are going to have to race from one side of the station to another to get to the transportation to get to another area of the station, because the station is decent. Like the training station is a decent size. So trying, I mean, it's small for a station, but it's a little bit bigger than a ship. Another thing that I have to be a little bit more clear on, and I'm trying to figure out how to describe that in terms that are going to work too. Still working on that. Anyway, I hope you guys did well on that sprint. We're going to have another 30-minute sprint in about a minute or two here. And that one will bring us to the 40 mark, I believe. And of course, I don't have a banner for that. Sprint. Okay, so we're probably going to do that. Jennifer, working on my outline and realizing the middle fell out of my story. Yay. I honestly think that I use the mice method for beginnings and ends, and that seems to help a lot because anything I set up in the beginning does get closed in the end because they mirror each other. However, I don't think mice works well for the middle, and that's challenging. And the only outlining I've used that's worked pretty good for the middle part has been the save the cat method. I still don't over rely on it too much because it's not my personal style of writing, but it gets me to write it all out to the best of my ability. It's not exact to the outlining structure, but it's close enough that I can make sure I actually have all the parts I need. Because the middle part is the try-fail session, which once I do that in Save the Cat and I have an idea of, okay, this is the kind of try-fails I will do, then I can use the mice and make sure all the try-fails kind of are leading up to the ending that I've created. It's kind of complicated. Outlining the middle part, I feel like has always been difficult because it is the trial and fail of your character. And I feel like as the author, you're also trying and failing different things with your character. So it's a hard part of the story. I'm trying to figure out how to fit a pile of things into one drawer. Logically, they should fit. Yeah, logically. I think one of the problems is like, at least here, I've got one drawer and it's over by my sink. So I put some makeup stuff in there. But the thing that always catches me is the drawer is always smaller than it appears because it has to clear that top and the sides. So I always think that I can get more in there. I actually have a decent amount in. I've kind of shocked myself, but yeah, it's pretty shallow. So I feel that. All right. Logically is the key word. Yep. Exactly. Okay. I think we're going to go ahead and go for another sprint. We should be back at the 40-minute time period. See you in a bit. Okay, and we are back. How did you guys do on that sprint? How are things looking? Mine is looking pretty good. Also, thank you, RA. Some good information down here. We had a little bit of a conversation in the comments, trying to figure out how. Also, real quick, yes, I also have way too many pens, and I always try to be better about that, but it's kind of hard. I'm very particular with pen ink, so I feel that. So I was trying to figure out how I was going to get some meetup between characters to happen, because I did want a little bit more progression on these characters. I can't have a ton because otherwise I'm staying in the past way too long, but something. Just a little bit of something more, just enough so that there's more to care about. And so we were kind of trying to figure out how, because Alex needs to get to another side of the ship, but I need to time it. And I need some other trainees to run into them. The other trainees are in assembly right now. So I had to delay Alex enough so the assembly ends and that these people can meet up with them before they go on. So RA had a really good idea. Can they miss the shuttle bus? I had actually typed out to myself something about like the bus not being there yet, like them just waiting. But this is even better because it makes it a little more dramatic. If you get there just as the shuttle you need leaves, it's horrible. This happens to me all the time here in Japan. I'm constantly like, I have a rule. I have a rule that I'm not allowed to run, because a lot of the places here, technically there are elevators, technically there are escalators. However, they're not very accessible. The elevator is very slow. You can actually miss your train if you trust the elevator. If you don't plan to use the elevator, you could miss a train. They're not great. There's usually like only one set of escalators. You have to find them. But there are lots of stairs everywhere. So usually I'm on the stairs to get to the station platforms and for my trains. And I have a rule not to run. I've seen way too many people run and injure themselves. I just walking sometimes almost injure myself because I'm a very clumsy person. So I have to focus when I'm on the stairs. I have to focus this leg, this leg, this leg. I have to very much focus when I'm on stairs to not get hurt. And so like I have a rule, don't run. I broke that rule and I'm paying for it. I'm getting better, but it was really bad for a bit there. I was actually thankfully on a flat surface, though, not stairs. I was actually like on the road part, but still, I have a no running rule for a reason. But anyway, I miss trains all the time because of that rule. I won't run. And so sometimes I'll just get to the platform and my train is pulling away. I'm very lucky in that the trains I usually take are the expresses. I can take all of the expresses just fine. And those, it's about a 10-minute wait. That's a lot easier. But back when I was living further out with a friend of mine, that was a local only, and the locals took about 20 minutes. So it's not fun to barely miss your train. That's not fun at all. So that's a really cool idea. So I'm probably going to go with that. And let's see. Oh, Lou said, oh, maybe we can have old shuttle times, like how the tech in the beginning is outdated. This is a military facility, so probably not. Like they probably get quite a lot of funding. At least in this particular world, I would assume they would. Fear mongering is a great tactic to get money out of people, and military does a really good job about that. We are on the border of rule. Our closest train is is it supposed to be voluntary service or voluntary? I don't know what voluntary means. Oh, country. Sorry. Country service. Oh yeah, that would be a delay for sure. It came in just a few minutes ago. Hi everyone. Hello, Bookish. Hello. Also, there's no such thing as too many pens. I mean, I feel like in the States, I had more of them and they dried out really fast. Pens in the States aren't great. I don't think if I were to live back in the US, I'd probably have to import pens because the pens here are so much nicer, specifically like the Pilot. juice up pens. Those are my favorite ride or die pen. Like, they're so good. And those last a while and they're very vivid. I don't have dry out problems. But back in the States, I used to have a lot of pens that would just dry out all the time. So I was constantly like checking, like, does this even work anymore? So unfortunately, you can't have too many pens if you don't start tossing them when they start dying, unfortunately. A lot of dead pens were things I had to get rid of back in the States out of storage. Emptying my stationery drawer. I'm regretting my life decisions. Oh no. Oh no. I color code a lot of the pens that I have now. I have less than I used to, but I still have a decent amount. So I try to color code them. The only ones that are completely out all the time because they need to be horizontal are my fountain pens. And I do have a cap. Like, I'm not letting myself purchase any more fountain pens. Like, those are the fountain pens I have, and that's it. Because those will dry out if I don't use them on a rotation. So I have to constantly rotate my pens. I think of a totally different part of your book. Sorry. This is what happens when I try to ignore them. No, don't worry about it. It's a lot. It's an entire, this is why editing a novel is intimidating, because it's just so much information. There's a lot of gears in place moving, so it's confusing. I have specific ones I like. Then I buy the bulk pack. They are all the same, just in volume. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, because I have a few mostly cleaning supplies that are like that, like vinegar. I have to buy vinegar in bulk. Japanese vinegar is not very strong, so I have to import. And they come in glass bottles, which it's so heavy. Anyway, I put the ones that are extra that I don't have room for in like a cabinet that's less accessible to me. And then I only have one bottle out that I'm currently using. And that's in the accessible part. Like, I use it for laundry. So that's helped. I do the same thing for my journal stuff because, again, I don't have a lot of space here. So a lot of my pens that aren't in use in rotation, I actually have in a drawer that's, again, less accessible. It's harder to get to that drawer, but it's out of the way. And then I have a small pen case, and that's all of the ones that I'm using for this month, and I rotate them out. And that's kind of how I do it. So, but if yours are all the same, then you don't even need to rotate. The only reason you'd be getting more would be to replace one that's dried up or finished. But I guess that depends on whether or not you can store them anywhere else in your house. I mean, I get that. Like, there's only one spot I can put my suitcases. They literally do not fit anywhere else in my home. They have to be in my closet. So they take up like half of my closet are my empty suitcases, which is frustrating, but there's literally nowhere else for them to go. So yeah, same theory for my pens. Keep one of each color and store the rest. I'm just cleaning. Oh, you're cleaning the store out. Oh, I need to do that. And you know what's horrible is I need to clean out the storage in 4 different places in my home. I need to clean the pantry, food storage. I need to clean the stationery storage. I need to clean the closet storage area because it's kind of chaotic. And then the laundry room. And those are things I should have had done already because I had vacation time, but I was sick on and off. So I didn't actually get to it. But I feel that. Oh my God. Oh gosh. Highlighters are great. Highlighters, I swear, like, when I need them, I really need them. And I'm very grateful I have them. But I just don't use them as much as I would like. I mostly use them for my language study. I would like to use them more for things like editing purposes, but I can't because I don't have enough desk space to, like, if I have to write notes, I don't know if you were noticing yesterday, but when I had my notepad, like, I have to write, like, holding it. There's no desk space. I don't have desk space for a notebook to put notes, like, down. And I certainly don't have room for any pens or anything like that. So if I'm writing, it's over on my table over there. And I don't tend to edit over there because there's no chair, so there's no back support. I'm just on the floor. So the logic of when I would use a highlighter just never happens for writing, because when I'm doing note taking and whatnot, I'm usually like, there's just no reason for me to, which sucks. So I only use my highlighters right now for my Japanese study. I feel like I want to use them more, but I probably should print out my work, but that's also very expensive here in Japan. So I haven't done that yet. But maybe someday I will. I guess we'll just have to see. Kind of terrified to see how expensive that would be. Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and do another 30-minute or so. We are going to go until, is it going to be until the 10? I believe. I think we'll do till 15, so I think we'll do that one. So I think I'll wait a little bit and start another 30-minute. I tend to use one when annotating a book, but actually thinking of switching to pen to write and underline instead of highlight. Never use it for writing. That's what red and blue pens are for. Annotating a book. I can't bring myself to do that unless it's a textbook. I don't know. Like, I think it's because, like, a lot of my books when I was a kid, I didn't own. They were library books, and my parents were really strict on treating library books with care. So I, of course, never marked them or anything like that. And I still have that stuck in my head, even though I own books now. Like, I've bought them. They're my copy. I should be able to just write in them, but I can't break my brain out of it. The only books I feel are easier to write in are large, like, anthologies of like tons of works. Those I find are easier for me to write in. I don't know why. Probably because it makes me think of literary class, and like we were encouraged to write notes in the annotations of our large literature books, which I actually kind of miss. Those books had so much literature in them. I kind of miss those books. The pages were like tissue paper. You could see through them, but tons of information in those. Those are probably the only textbooks, and they were the cheapest textbooks too. They were only like $10 used. It was fine. But they had the most information. All of their textbooks are a scam, I swear. But yeah, those are the only kinds I tend to be able to get myself. Probably need to just get to a place where I allow myself to make, because I'll bet I'll enjoy the process better. On the Kindle, I'll make notes. Like, I'll do the click thing and then add a note. I never use the notes, so I'm not sure why I do that. But yeah, I should probably get over that little problem and just start writing in books, because it would probably help my memory better, because my memory is a problem. I'm all digital at this point, so as much as I love fun pens, I just can't justify it. Yeah, a lot of what I do is digital. The only thing is notes to myself, brainstorming. I do tend to do better on paper. I wish I could brainstorm via computer, because that would be a lot easier. So if I could brainstorm out and about, because I could just do it on my phone. But for some reason, I have that disconnect with the digital when it comes to brainstorm. I'm not sure why. I need to print at some point in editing, change the format to catch more things. I just printed Bounty to work on the feedback. Yeah, that's the thing. I know I need to eventually. It's just really expensive. So it's like, because here, if I want to print even like 3 pages in black and white, it'll cost me around $1, $2 for 3 pages. So you think about how many pages a project holds for a full novel, it's quite pricey. So yeah, I probably need to do it eventually, but I don't own a Kindle, so no choice. Yeah, I only I got an older version of Kindle that was being discontinued. So they had quite a lot on sale. I kind of got a pretty good deal on mine. Mine didn't cost too much. And it's one of the nicer ones in that it doesn't have a backlit screen, so it's as much like paper as possible. And it doesn't suck up battery very badly, so it keeps a charge for quite a while. But definitely had to like wait for a deal on an older model that was being phased out in order to manage that, because they're expensive. We're the same here, money. That's why I use the KDP proof option. KDP. What is KDP? I'm guessing that's a printing option, right? I only annotate in plays I read. Yeah, it's kind of like there are certain things that I feel like I can annotate without any problems. Like my brain just does that. But then with fictional works, even though I would probably remember the information better if I did do that annotation and note taking, I just can't bring myself to do it because all of my memories in my childhood of reading fiction, they were library books and you didn't do that. So I need to get over that hump at some point. Kindle Direct Publishing. Oh, okay. Interesting. I don't think I have that option in Japan. I'd have to look. I can't imagine I do. Amazon publishing platform. Yeah, I don't think I have that option in Japan, unfortunately. I'd have to look into it. But thank you for letting me know about that. That's interesting. I hadn't heard that. I've probably seen that KDP somewhere in comments with other writers talking. I just haven't used it. It took me a while to break the marking books too. I feel like it'll help memory though. Does it help your memory with like things that happen in the book? I would imagine it would. I'd imagine it'd be quite useful for that. Let's see. We probably want to go to the 30. I talked a little bit too long. Sorry about that. So I think we're going to probably go to the 30 instead. I think they have a printing place in Japan. I know I have to set a price for the marketplace there. Yes, I think so. I just know it's finicky. And the reason I know that is because of my publisher. And when they were trying to get printing mine for me, there was hassle with it. So there's some problem. I'm not sure exactly what the problem is. I just know my publisher had to argue with Amazon multiple times in order to get me my copy of the Stygian Collection. So I'm not sure if that's because my publisher was trying to print it in Canada and get it shipped out, or if they were trying to direct to the Japan warehouse and get them printed from there. And they were like, why are you in Canada asking for this? I don't know. It's possible if I'm asking for printing because my location says Japan and my account is Japanese, it might be fine. I'll have to look into it though, for sure. So thank you for the info. I will definitely check it out. I'm sure they have warehouses. The problem is like what the options are, because like options for Amazon Prime are totally different here than in the States. It's actually cheaper, although they are rising the price a little bit in a month, but there are also less options and it's less regulated too. You have to be careful of sketch things on Amazon here in Japan. There are a lot of bootleg stuff, like a lot. You have to be very cautious. Read the reviews for everything. If there's no review, don't buy it. KDP is a pain. If I want to print a hardcover, I have to switch to US market, then argue with the system to ship to Australia. I think that was the problem. You have to argue. I think that was the issue. In theory, the system should already be set up to be able to do these things. And they seem like you can. But if you actually try to go through the system, it's like, well, we don't do that. And it's like, what do you mean you don't do that? You had the option like literally right here on the screen. I think that was the problem. But I don't know. I think they blanket, like, I think a lot of the options are just like posted on there. But I think when it actually comes down to it, some of those options are broken because Amazon Japan and Amazon US are totally different websites. Like they're not the same website. The search engines are totally different. Of course, the items are different too, but like it is a completely different thing. Like if you have an account on Amazon Japan for Kindle, it's a different system than the US Kindle system. So I think that causes problems when it comes to publishing because they need to be able to have those systems talk to each other. And I don't think they do in reality. Ironically, my original account was a US one. That's the thing. The US one is the most stable because it's had the most work put behind it. Sucks, but because yeah, the US version has a lot more information and a lot more stuff than the Japanese one for sure. The Japanese one is finicky at best. Okay, I think we're going to do a 30-minute again. So I will see you guys at the 30-minute mark. Oh, I never went silent. Sorry, I didn't turn my mic off. I just realized. I hope that wasn't distracting to you guys. I don't know how much you guys can hear, like the white noise of my AC and stuff. Sorry about that. Okay, I hope you guys had a good sprint. I got a decent amount done. I'm having my main character, Alex, talk to Jennifer via phone about the situation back home and having a bit of an argument over finances. So we're getting somewhere. We're making some progress. Okay, RA. Off to get the mini monsters their lunch. Be back when nap time starts, I hope. Well, speaking of lunch, I'm about to take a break for that too. So I'm going to go ahead and take a 30-minute real soon here for eating, for food purposes. You guys can use that as another sprint, or you can also take a break to get water, eat something. I do recommend at least drinking some water if you're not hungry. But yeah, I'm going to be doing that in just a little bit. But I hope you guys had a pretty good sprint there. I'm Jennifer, still not counting words, but I finished one scene and started another. Progress. Awesome. Yeah. It's one of those things that, I don't know, I kind of feel like the more I write, the more I actually find value in just being pleased with scenes and getting scenes and chapters finished versus word counts. Because the word count varies so much between scenes and chapters. So, all right. I think I'm going to go ahead and just start the 30 minutes. So we'll be back at the 00. So it's pretty standard. Let me see here. This is the right one. All right. Oh, I've got another banner. Oh, let me hide that. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself this time. And go ahead and get ready for the break. So I will see you guys at the 00 mark. Get yourself some food if you need it. See you in a bit. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome back. For those of you who are maybe just joining or rejoining this stream, hi, my name is Corey, and I am working on draft 3 of my Project Clockwork, which I got feedback for last month. So I am still working on, let's see, what scene am I on now? I think I'm still stuck in the introduction, but I'm getting to a place where Alex should be moving towards where a shuttle is going to take them to the next part of the station. So they get off that station and move back towards a different colony. So we're almost to a place where I'm starting to wrap up this part, and I can then jump to chapter 1 and do the 2-year time jump. So we're getting there. We're getting there. RA just sat down with intent to open editing doc. Nice. Good timing. We are going to probably do another 30 minutes, likely. We've now entered the last 2 hours of this 5-hour stream. So we are going to start getting ready for another 30-minute sprint, I'm guessing. Let's see. There we go. I have this weird thing where the clock here on my computer is a little different than the clock on my phone. I don't know which one is correct. So we're going by my computer clock today. I'm hoping that's pretty accurate. I also found a brand new timer that I'm going to use. We'll see if we like it. I will mute it so I don't jar anyone who's in headphones or anything like that. We're going to be back at the 30-minute mark. Let's see if we can get back into it. Right. All right. And we are back. So, welcome back. I hope that was a productive sprint for y'all. How did y'all do? Hope you guys did well. I did pretty good. I am at a part where they're racing towards the shuttle, so I finished all of the phone conversation. That took longer than I thought it was going to. It was a lot of businessy stuff. I don't know how interesting it is. I just got it out. I don't know if it actually works as a scene. I just wrote it and moved on. That was draining. I think it's good information, but whether or not it's necessary information, I can't tell right now. So that's future me's problem, I think. Future me will take care of that at some point. Oh, God. Let's see. So next, they're going to barely miss the shuttle they need. And, well, first I need them to race because I'm right in the middle of the sentence where they're racing by the room where the assembly is. And that's important because that's referenced later, like way later in the story. Them running by that room. So I need to make that reference, which should be easy to do. I'm on the right sentence for it. Make that reference. They show up, barely miss the shuttle, and the assembly will finish pretty quick. It's pretty quick scene, if I remember properly. And some of the trainees they were talking to before are going to, they will have noticed that Alex was absent from the assembly, and they're going to locate them. Probably by asking the officer who originally escorted them into the meeting in the first place. So probably that is how they're going to get that information. Let's see. RA, open my doc, had a lengthy discussion with the teller about how at 2 years old, naps are required. I'm very distracted today. Oh, yeah. What's kind of crazy is that I wish I had thought about before, but I've tried to also explain to kids, like I would sometimes lie down as well to encourage them. Like, you don't have to go to sleep, but like just lie flat. You can read if you want, like, because that's what we used to do at the daycare. And sometimes modeling it, like showing them, like, I also need to lie flat on the floor sometimes. It makes me feel better because it actually does. I don't know if that would help with your kid. I guess it depends on what mood your kid's into. Kind of depends. Bookish, starting writing a scene for a random idea I got a few ideas ago. Spent too much time looking for a name for an Irish town. Yeah. I put like symbols as placeholders so I can look it up and replace them later. Sometimes that works because I remember to replace them, and sometimes it doesn't and I forget. And then it's like the day before I send it to somebody for feedback, and I'm like, why are there asterisks here? Oh, I was supposed to put a name or a keyword there. Oops. She's not in that mood. Yes, it can work. It might be good to lie down on your back for a little bit if you can. If your back's feeling okay, that you can do that safely. It's a good reset. I would like to do that right now, actually, but I need to clean my floor. I haven't vacuumed yet. It's vacuum day. Vacuum and mop day. Because I have those kind of floors. Super fun. Lol. The sprints are blurring together. I can't even remember where it was at the start of that sprint. I feel ya. We're at 3.5 hours. So we can probably get, let's see, probably 2 more 30-minute sprints out of the rest of this stream before we got to call it because I'll lose my mind. Yeah, my brain is running low. I might need to just lie on the floor for a minute. I don't know. We might need lying on the floor break. Okay, writing. At a scene where a character finds out someone she has not seen in a very long time is about to walk back into her life. Chaos ensues. Okay. Wow. I don't It's such a weird feeling meeting someone and knowing that that person knows a past version of you, because we as people change so much. At least for me, like I feel like a totally different person than when I last lived in the United States. Like I'm not the same person at all. I'm not sure, and I haven't seen my friends. When I visited the States, I just visited my family. I didn't visit anyone else. Um, so I have not seen my friends in the States for a long while, and I'm not sure. I think there are parts of me they'd recognize, but I think there are parts that would be very much like, whoa, who is this? It's a very strange feeling for sure. I just know I'm still on the same chapter. I'm still on the same scene. I haven't exited this scene. I started this yesterday. I've been working on this scene because yesterday was 5 hours, and we're now 3.5 hours in. That's 8 hours on this scene. That's insane. I shouldn't be spending that much time on this scene. It's so slow. It's driving me nuts. But like I'm happy with the progress. I think I'm putting and setting up all of the things that were missing. So I'm hitting all of the points I'm supposed to be hitting. I'm reaching my goal in terms of what I want it to look like. So that's good, but it's slow. It's driving me nuts. I feel like I'm not getting anywhere. But I know I am. It's weird. We picked up a RoboVac secondhand yesterday. Hubby just got it running. I am in love. I wish I could do that. My apartment is really small. I don't know if I could have a machine like that in this space. But if I get an opportunity to move to better housing, I will look into that for sure. It's quite Electronics are really expensive here in Japan, so I don't know about pricing, but it's something I'd look into for sure. My mom has in the States as well, because my parents have a cat. So if you have pets, it's kind of a necessity at this point, because like every household I know, everyone's working in the household, like aside from children, obviously. But like children are students, so that's their job. So there's just not free time, really. Reconnecting it is a big part of the story. Yeah. Yeah, I have to make sure everything's lining up with what already exists within the story. So it's slow. Don't stress. Editing can take that long. I've been editing this novel for 2 months and only at chapter 7. I know I need to go back again. Yikes. Yeah, that feeling. That feeling of like, I just got feedback back from one of my artist friends. It's very sweet of her to do feedback for me, even though I can't do very much for her and her projects right now because of what kind of projects she does. So I can't really help in return, but she offered to give me feedback. And she has a very unique view on fantasy and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to her interpretation of some of this stuff. But I haven't even looked at it yet. I haven't had the chance. She sent it yesterday. I've just been so tired. Like after I did editing yesterday, y'all, I was mentally not present. Like brain gone. I was able to do very menial tasks like basic dishes, then some tidying up and laundry. That's it. I was mentally not here at all. It was crazy. I did stop myself from taking a nap because I knew it'd interfere with my sleep. Not that it mattered. I still didn't sleep well, but I made an attempt to be a healthy adult. 2 cats, 2 minis. Yeah. Need the help, even if 2 cats. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, even if it's just in 1 or 2 areas, it's less work overall, which is what you need, because it's just so much, especially when you have kids. Especially if you have kids. Because that's really rough. Keeping a house clean. Again, like I used to work in a daycare, and the daycare was actually run through a house. It was a very small independent business. Does really well. We did really well and everything, but keeping that house clean, like because we had meals with the kids too, like they would eat with us. And so cleaning up was constant. Like I probably throughout a single day, I would be cleaning the floor at least 2 to 3 times in one day, just cleaning the floor from God knows what. So Yeah, I feel you. Like kids, and then there were no pets in that house at that time. I can't imagine if there had been pets on top of that. So kids and pets. Whew, I'm glad you were able to get a machine to help because that's a lot. That's a lot. All right, I think we're going to gear up for yet another sprint. We're going to be doing another 30-minute one. It is almost at the 45 mark, so that's a 15 mark when we will be back, I believe. So again, I'm using the clock on my computer. I know my clock is ahead by a wee bit. So oh, hello. I'll join you. Hi. This if I'm correct about the username, which I might not be, but if I'm correct about this username, this is my artist friend I was talking about. Hi, Mick. But I could be wrong, in which case, if you're a new Mick, hello, Mick. Welcome. This might be a different Mick. Just the sprint, though. Yep. That's okay. That's okay. Hide. There we go. All right. So we're going to go ahead and do a 30-minute sprint. We'll come back at the 15-minute mark. So I'm going to go ahead and get that started for us. Okay, guys, we are back. How did that sprint go? That went okay. Mine went pretty well. Again, making progress. I am at the 5,000 5,000 words for that chapter, which isn't a full chapter. It's supposed to be like an introduction kind of prelogue or something like that. It's because it's like 2 years in the past. It's only this one scene, essentially. It doesn't even change scenes, really. And it's all just... It might be too long, though, of an introduction. I don't know. I don't know what the rules for that is. I usually don't write stuff like that. I usually just jump into chapter 1. So I don't know how that works. So again, I'm just writing it and I'll kind of see how I feel later on. But I don't know. I might have to move where it is. I don't know. Got my coffee and ready to roll. Nice. Yeah, I should probably drink something with more caffeine than just some tea, because I just have some like sun tea essentially, which has pretty low caffeine levels. Probably need more caffeine, but you could totally keep it as their backstory and then cut down as needed for the prologue. I don't know, because I really don't like having lots of flashbacks. I find it really obnoxious in stories, especially if I'm in a flow of a story and then it's like, let's go back to 2 years ago. And I'm like, unless it's a dream sequence and they're like having flashbacks, I'm like, why am I just going back for too long? It's one thing if it's like a small memory that's like 1 or 2 sentences, but if it's more than that, I tend to get really antsy and I don't like it. So I don't know. I'm just writing it for now. I'm not entirely confident where it's going to go. I know that the stuff that I'm putting in there is necessary, and I'm confident with that. But placement in the story, I'm not confident on that one. Wrote a few more paragraphs of atmosphere by hand. It felt right for the scene. Oh, good. I actually got something edited in that sprint, about a page in between mom duties, that is. Wow, that's awesome. That's good work, especially in between kid stuffs. I had a good sprint. I'm organizing. Good. Awesome. No, I meant backstory for you that you don't put in the book. Maybe. It'll probably will be edited down. I'm sure there's something in there that's not necessary, but you must have hated reading my work in progress. I'm just kidding. It was a challenge to go back and forth. I'm not good going back and forth with timelines in general. I've read a couple books that have done that, and I've always found them very difficult to keep track of. It's hard for me to keep track of timelines in that way. So to be fair, I'm not the greatest person to ask about it because I have a low tolerance to begin with. So I'm kind of from the perspective of someone who just can't keep track of that stuff. I'm the stupid audience member. I'm the one who's not intelligent about this kind of thing. I have a memory of a goldfish. So if it's not like in present day, currently happening, like short things are okay. If it's really, really short, I can go back and forth a little bit. But if it's a lot, I start losing track of it. Listen, I've been scarred from Ovid's Metamorphoses. Okay. If you've ever read that or had to read it, it's a story within a story within a story within a story within a story. It goes so far down, you want to jump off a cliff. It's horrible. Even people who like that kind of stuff tend to struggle with figuring out where one starts and where one ends. It's notoriously bad. I get flashbacks to that sometimes. If there are too many back and forth in a story, I'm like, I'm back in Metamorphoses. I'm back in my lit class. I'm not going to make it. Jennifer, finished another scene, realized something about a side character. Oh, good. That's awesome. I'm organizing my own scenes, so I had a good sprint. That's excellent. Good to hear. The organization, it can sometimes be just as draining as the actual writing sometimes. So I totally feel you. It takes a lot more energy, especially if you've got a lot of scenes. Like for me, I don't know how I'm going to organize my scenes right now. I'm just writing them. I know they have to exist. Don't know where they're going to go. Right now, they're at the beginning because I don't know where else to put them. Two timelines are so common in historical fiction, it drives me insane. Yeah. It's sad because I understand that some people do like it though. So it's like I never know like how much is like just me and how much of it is really difficult. Like I don't know. So I always try to have a disclaimer when people ask about it. They're like, "Well, what'd you think about this?" I'm like, "Okay, huge disclaimer. I'm not smart about this stuff. I'm going to forget in about 5 seconds. You're going to tell me about this thing. I'm going to forget it immediately because we just jumped somewhere else and I'm just going to junk everything in my brain that I just learned so I can see the new information." So unless it's consistent characters the whole way through, this is something about the Inheritance Cycle series way back when, if you guys remember that, the old Aragon book series called the Inheritance Cycle, that one, that was also really hard. I think book 2 or 3, it was split between 2 different character groups. And one of the groups was one of the most boring groups you could possibly imagine. Like I did not care for any of the characters. It was horrible. Going back and forth was so boring. So yeah, got some trauma with that. But to be fair, I know there are people that truly don't mind it too. So like some people, it really doesn't bother them. So I feel like it's mostly a me thing. Yeah, that one hurts. I've actually decided to restructure so the time jumps in before the last third starts. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it'll be easier for my brain to probably follow something like that. Like I said, I think it really depends on how you're doing it and also what kind of book it is too. I do think if you're going to be jumping around a lot, that might be really useful for things that are more like mysteries. Possibly even thrillers might work well that way. Just simply because those genres kind of rely on you withholding information from the reader to an extent. Does depend, of course, on how you do it, but I can imagine that that might work better for those genres. Because I did really enjoy one that kind of skipped around with time a little bit that I did like was that one, oh, what was it? It was like The Girl on the Train or something like that. That one had a lot of twists and turns, and that one was interesting, but it also had unreliable narrator going on as well. So that helped. And the time skips weren't too massive. They were pretty small time skips, like within a day or a week or something like that. So it wasn't too hard to keep track of, but it was there. And normally I wouldn't like that, but because the genre was the way it worked for the genre really well. So I think it can be done, absolutely. It's just really depends on the project. And also, of course, your audience needs to be game for it. I'm probably just not the one to ask. Probably because my work is visual and backstory occurs to me in scenes in my head. Now I have lots of backstory for the characters for the project I'm working on now. I like flashbacks when they make sense in the flow. So let's say you see an object that reminds them, and keep that can be nice if you're following a train of thought. Yeah, like if it's really quick. The problem is if you're writing entire conversations between characters, that can get pretty long pretty quickly, at least for me. But I can be, depending on the scene, I can be quite dialogue heavy when I start. So that could be, again, a me problem more than anything else. My problem is I like where I started, but I do need the info and the time jumps to avoid too much exposition. I'll figure it out. That's a thing. I loved the start of mine as well, but I don't think I can keep that as the beginning. I really think that's going to have to change. I don't know if it's going to change to the scene I've been working on this whole time, or if it's going to be the next scene. I'm not positive. So pretty much I'm creating really strong hooks for both of those scenes. So there'll be 3 strong hooks at 3 different parts of the story. One of them will have to be able to work. I'm praying. But yeah, it sucks when you like really like how you enter something, but then you know like this is not an adequate amount of information for the audience. The audience is still too like, yes, you should start where action is. Like there should be a story in progress, but at the same time, it's like, how far do you take that is kind of the problem. That's the issue. So yeah, it's rough. I feel like, to be fair, I do think that this is something that most authors deal with. Like where you're starting your book seems to be like one of the biggest, like it seems like one of those things that should be simple, but it's never simple. I don't think I've ever met an author who's gotten it right the first try. Yep. So we're going to go ahead and start our last 30-minute sprint. So we are going to be back at the 55 mark. Okay. I will see you guys in a little bit. Okay, and we are back. That was the very last sprint. So, how do you feel about today? Did you feel like you reached your goals? How was it? I'm pretty proud of the work I did. It was well timed. I actually just wrapped up that entire introduction, whatever it is. I finished it. So that is every single scene or anything that could possibly happen from prior to the 2-year jump. So all of that is written out now. How much of it will be kept, how much of it is going to be used, exactly where it's going to be, I don't know yet, but it's written. So at least we got the rough of that done. So next I need to write the scene where there is the meeting where Alex actually obtains the mission they end up on. So there's a time jump of 2 years, and then it's Alex receiving the mission to go to that unidentified object out in space. So that is the next thing I have to write. And for that, I need to double check some of the names of the officers that are part of City Hall, because at least one of them is going to be making an appearance in this older scene. Did okay. Still considering my dialogue in this scene. Some of it still feels wrong. Oh, I feel that, man. There are multiple spots of mine where I'm like, I know I need to fix this. Still don't know how. Still trying to figure out the how. I know there's something off. Can't put my finger on it. I hate that feeling. You're just staring at it like, I know this needs something and I don't know what it is. It's rough. But good job. Whew, I am so tired. I'm going to need to lie completely flat on the floor, man. Whew. I did 3 hours of sprinting. Yeah. Didn't finish the arc I was hoping to finish off, but that was probably unrealistic. Yeah. It's a lot. Even though I cram quite a lot of sprinting into these hours, I'm pretty quick. Sometimes I don't even wait for you guys to respond. So sorry about that. But I hop to the next sprint pretty quickly. So we get a lot of sprints in. It's just a matter of it's some slow work. I think a lot of us are in scenes that are kind of tricky. We're trying to do some pretty rough stuff. But it sounds like it was pretty productive for everyone. So that's good. At least there's that. But yeah, and tomorrow is mood and whatnot. That's the theme for tomorrow. I don't know how much of that is going to be in that first scene. Well, maybe. We'll see why because in the scene I just finished, we're in a training facility. So it's all military. So we're seeing like what is normalized within that military facility to an extent, to what Alex is able to see. But in the next scene I'll be writing, it's actually colony, and you're looking from the perspective of someone who works as a civilian in a colony. It's going to be a very different perspective, especially because the colonies do not have the same viewpoint towards the military that the military has towards the colonies. It's a very, very different viewpoint. So that is going to be explored in the next scene. So it'll be interesting, but it's going to be quite different in tone. Got work done on the visuals for the first scene for a short story. That's awesome. Wonderful. All right, going to head off to finish house cleaning for the week. Hoping to get back to editing after bed time tonight. Thanks for the sprints and chat. Oh, thank you. Yeah, good luck. I hope you're able to get some more stuff in, but also get some rest too. You've been doing a lot today. All right. Thank you guys so much for this stream. I think we got a lot done today. Tomorrow is the last day of the event. So, yep, we're closing it out, and I hope to see some of you guys tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for coming. One of the Jennifers. Thank you guys so much, and I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Bye.